Welcome back to Foxtrot Elf Aviation. I'm Rob Hammer, and today we are in the Felis 747-200 classic Boeing jumbo jet over the ocean. And right now we are about a quarter of the way to our destination. And if you look at this streaming information, we are in the Air Canada Charlie Golf Alpha Gaga, going from Edmonton International Airport to Honolulu, which is a distance of 3,028 nautical miles. So our route today, I'll just quickly show you that. We're going to be going from Edmonton, which is middle of Alberta here, over Vancouver, which is in this area here, over to Tatoosh, which is just off the coast of Washington. So we left our departure point is Tatoosh here, and Oceanic point. First one was 45 north, 130 west, and that's our position there. Our next one is Zagger, and then we go Zeno, Zmom, APAC for the arrival into Honolulu. So this is a 3,028 nautical mile route, and I'm following as best as I possibly can company procedures for oceanic operations. So with that, I've got make sure we got our windows open here. So again, this is a live stream for Foxtrot Alpha Aviation. Just doing a little bit of a test here today. I'm brand new to this simulator of the 747-200. Had lots of help from some pretty awesome people, and I managed to get going. And I'll just give you a little bit of a tour here. We are in the left seat here. You can have a look around. We're trying to maintain 8.5. I'm going to have to probably do a little bit more management with that, but it's kind of fluctuating quite a bit. Kind of the key thing that we're working with today is this system right here, the INS. So you can check out the information if you want to know more about INS, but basically this is an inertial navigation system requiring us to give an initial position when we departed out of Edmonton, and then enter in all of our lat and long positions. So if I were to look at, I'm just going to bring over my flight plan here real quick. If I had to look at all the different positions that we have in our flight plan, I'll just kind of show you what we're doing here first. If I'm looking at my flight plan here, so we talked about our departure out of Edmonton, this north 5318, 11334, and all of our positions all the way through to out to Tatoosh, and then our first oceanic position, which is 45 north, 130 west. So I have that noted as position 6. So if I go back to here for you and I go to position 6, you can see that our position, waypoint position 6, is 45 north, 130 west, and if I click one up, that is position 7. So if I go back to here for you, you can see position 7 is here, 3947.6, 138.07.4 west. Back to here, you can see that that is what I have for position 7. The aircraft is currently navigating from position 6 to position 7, and that's what I just showed you there. From here to here, then it's going to go to 8 and 9, and then because I can only put so many positions in this system, in this INS system, I have to then go to position 1, which is going to be further on down the line. And I have that one listed as APAC. So as you can see, APAC is here, 2402.6 and 156.19.2. I'll come back to here, and we'll just clear this out, and you can kind of see what I'm talking about here. Okay, back to scene 3. Okay, so Zagger, Zeno, ZMOM, and then APAC are all of our different positions. So we're just going to do a little bit of management with our speed. So I'm going to go back to speed control, and I'm going to go back to here. We're going to try and get our 8.5 back. As you can see, we're fairly close to the barber pole here. So the idea is we're using pretty much maximum continuous thrust in order to make that happen. So our mode that we have right now is cruise. Here's our total air temperature, and this is what our current limitation is, 853, and you can see that's what that little caret is here, here, and here, and it's trying hard to get us back to 850. So when we get close there, I'm gonna switch it back, but we're kind of modulating a little bit. Let's try 307. Maybe not enough. So we got to really manage this, because otherwise we will overspeed. We're in cruise right now at 34,000 feet. 850. Let's try that. Let's go down here. Set it to Mach. We are in cruise. That's the mode that we want. And I'll go back to here. So we'll monitor that. Let's talk a little bit about oceanic operations. So the 747-200 is a obviously very classic aircraft. There's a lot of systems to manage on this airplane. Let's look at them. So we've got, this looks pretty familiar to most people. This system here is similar to a flight mode annunciation panel. This is kind of similar, but believe me, there's a lot of differences here, which we'll look at here in a little bit. But here's where things are really going to change. So let's look at this position. Pardon me. There we go. So we are in the flight engineer panel. As you can see, it is got a lot of things going on. The 747-200, I mean, this is the first jumbo jet ever. So you've got all the systems that could possibly, be monitored here, and all the redundancy and everything of the systems are on here as well. So just starting, we could start from to left to right. We got our APU panel up here. As you can see, the APU is off at this moment. Fire control system for that. Our auxiliary power system. So the external power, when we're at the gate, this is where we're hooked up to the two systems for that. Once we get our APU running, and then we can switch over to auxiliary power or APU power. Once we get the engines started, then we come on to the main engines, and we have the different AC meters there. So we can see we're running at 400 hertz, which is what we want, at 115 volts, which is what we want, and all four generators are showing that. If I come down to our APU, obviously the APU is off right now. So that's what we would expect. But there's many different things to look at here. So not only is there bus ties that can be closed and generator switches, There's also fields, so we can actually turn the field of the generator on and off. So there's a lot of different things. The engine instruments, which are used for starting and monitoring of the aircraft engines, are all through here. Just while we're here, I just wanted to point out that there's a memorial plaque of one of the developers. I believe he's one of the voices that you can hear for the checklists right here. Just like to pay note to him. I'm a brand new pilot to this simulation. And if we come up to here, we've got our power, our passenger oxygen, galley power, all of the power switches for all of those systems there. You can isolate anything that you want. Main ship battery. I can look at the different batteries and I can check temperature, voltage, all of those kind of things. We just had a look at this. Up to here now. Actually, let's go here. This is our packs or bleed air controls for each engine. So all 4 of them are on. And these are the different pack valves for the different engines, or for the different zones of the 747. We turn these off during engine starting and that kind of thing. Right now, everybody's got nice cold air in the back, along with the gasper as well. So once we get those going, this is where all the different temperatures are for the different zones, and I can change those as required. This is actually something that we need to adjust right now. We're currently at 34,000, so I'm going to set 1,000 feet higher. Bit of a mistake on my behalf there. So 1,000 feet higher. The cabin is climbing, as you can see there. And it should start to come up. And there's our diff pressure. Fuel management, kind of complex. But basically right now, I can show you some other systems here. We are running what we call tank to engine. So each engine, one of the 4 engines, is automatically getting its own fuel from its particular tank. We don't have any fuel, nor did we depart with any fuel in the center tank. We departed with approximately, I think it was 220,000 pounds of fuel for our departure. We can have a look at that in a little bit here. So fuel management's really important. Up to here, this is all about fire control, fire testing. So each system, every fire control system, every monitor has its own testing. So I can test the squibs if I want to. And that's all required to be done by the flight engineer. But all of these systems has to be managed. 747 has a very different hydraulic system, which uses air pumps, bleed air, basically driving hydraulics pumps in flight. There's a whole bunch of systems that have to be operating for pushback and all of that, which we won't get into right now, but we have an electric hydraulic pump that we turn on for that. And then we turn on the air pump for System 1, which provides braking and that kind of thing. Continuing on our tour of the monitoring, right now we've got equipment cooling operating, aft cargo heat. We have fire protection for those areas. We can test squibs. We can test zones, all of that kind of thing. Brake temperature, I can monitor those. I can look at the different, what can I look at here? Obviously, the landing gear system is not going to be operating because it's already up and off at this point. What else can I show you here? Fuel jettison panel, water, how much potable water we have on board. I can test our anti-skid system here. So there's so much to look at, so much to do. other cool thing we could really quickly do is we could actually hop out of our seat. This is a little bit cumbersome, but you'll get the idea. So we'll hop out of our seat here. I can't move very quickly, but I'll just show you a really quick look around here. If you know how to move quicker, please let me know. The upper deck of the 747, the bubble, I believe this is first class. You can see it's modeled pretty coolly here. We could actually go all the way downstairs here if we wanted. Slowly. Come all the way downstairs. This is pretty awesome in my books. Looking around. Business first class here, our business class in the front, showing the Air Canada 747, which is the one that we're on right now, and all of the information that goes along with, or sorry, the safety cards there. Pretty cool. I think it's awesome. We got some champagne up there, and if you walk into the back, here's one of the galleys. If we walk into the back, you can just see how incredibly long this 747 is. I mean, this is really amazing. Hold shift down. Thank you very much. Okay. There we go. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. So you can hear the sound of things changing here as well as we walk around. Thank you very much, Subsonic. Very much appreciated. Here's the aft cabin. Things are getting real loud back here. So by the way, we are coming up on position Zagger, which will come up to the flight deck real quick here, and I'll show you a few things. So very old school, but modeled. I think it's fantastic. I mean, how much more classic can you get than a Boeing 747 jumbo jet? I love the look at the wallpaper, just epic. And I don't know if we can go through here or not. Maybe we'll just cut through the aisle here. Let's cut through the aisle a little bit. And you can see incredibly long there, a long ways up there. So back up to the business end. We are back, and we're just about to pass position Zagger. Again, Zagger, actually a little ways to go. We'll talk a little bit more about oceanic ops as let's check our speed here. It's getting kind of low. Not loving that. It's kind of jumping up between 8.3 and I'm gonna do something about that, I think. Let's go back to speed mode here for a second. Try and get it to go up. That's awesome, Subsonic. I had a lot of problems with mine, I have to tell you, which I wasn't expecting. If you're using X-Plane 12, which this is, make sure that you use the ACF model for the X-Plane 12. That's absolutely critical, or you're going to have a lot of problems. Really, really big deal. I'm using a Boeing TCA yoke, and I'm using a honeycomb throttle. I have had a few issues with that. Okay, it's still kind of jumping around on me here. Try and get it close to it. Let's try that. Back to mock hold. There we go. Just a few oceanic things I'll mention. We are listening to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe we'll switch that. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on COM 1. And guard is on 121.5. So we're listening to that. We would probably have those on speaker, which I haven't been able to find yet, but I'd have those on speaker. And I have the HF, which is actually, see if I can bring this up for you. Just be a sec. So if you were to Google AirInc, ARINC, Pacific, or HF, something like that, you would get this page, what we see here. So prior to departure for an oceanic flight, I do oceanic flights on the Challenger 650. This is where I go to start off with. So a mainland departure exiting the west coast. Specifically, we're on the Pacific Northwest and we're doing Hawaii tracks. These are what I'm going to be looking at initially. 8843, 5574 are going to be my primary and secondary non-assigned frequencies for the day. If I come back to here, I've got 8843 here and 5574 on the upper side band on both sides. So just kind of, you know, some cool stuff to have for your simulation of your oceanic flight. So this is not awesome, but we're gonna keep monitoring that. In on X-Plane 11, old hardware have had better frames than 4K. I'm sure X-Plane 11 works pretty darn well. Because I'm using the 650 with X-Plane 12 and doing testing, I'm using X-Plane 12, which does definitely have some problems with it. So you're probably having a very stable flight, whereas mine maybe not so much. So anyways, those are the primary, secondary HF frequencies, and these are the standard 123.45 and 121.5. And we would have, again, these are on speaker, and we would be listening to CellCal for 8843 or whatever we're assigned. Typically, maybe I'll just take you back there quick. We're still a little ways from Zager, so I'm not too concerned about that. Coming back to the map. So as we're flying along here, we would be in Edmonton Center initially. We come into Vancouver Center, and eventually we're going to reach, we're going to go into Seattle Center. And what they're going to do is they're going to assign us a primary and secondary frequency for the day. But typically what we do there is I would record, you know, what I see on that web page, as I've spoken about, 8843 and the other one. Those are kind of like backups, if you will, in my back pocket to make sure that, you know, I am going to be on a correct frequency for the flight. Air traffic control may assign us a specific frequency, but prior to going oceanic, what we want to do is call up San Francisco radio. You know, a typical call might go San Francisco radio, Charlie Golf Alpha, or the Air Canada, whatever call sign you are. I believe today I'm using Air Canada 242 or something like that. Whatever it is. And you're going to listen on the HF frequency. Actually, let's just back up the truck a bit. If you've never used HF before, you can't just dial it up like I have here, 8843, and it works. That's not how it works. So what you have to do is let's just say that is our currently assigned 8843. Actually, we're just passing Zagger here now, so I'm going to do a position check. So we're going to go Zagger to Zeno. So we should see, I'm just going to bring this up for myself. We should see 7 to 8. So if I come down here, yeah, we see 7 to 8. Position 7 to position 8. That's what we want to see. One thing that you do not have use of is the heading mode selector. So I can't keep my bug up because normally I'm pretty crazy about having my heading bug straight ahead. Looks like our speed's slowly settling in there. So what I would do at this point, I know I'm kind of jumping ahead, but I would take a time hack over top of Zagger, which is what we just passed over, or just about to pass over. Showing on my map, I'm just passing it. So I take a time hack right now of whatever the Zulu time is, 2203, and start a timer. And when I got 10 minutes down the road from there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my position, and I'm going to take this Latin long that you currently see here, and I'm either going to do one of two things. If I was old school, like I would be in this aircraft for sure, I would be grabbing my Oceanic Plotting chart, and I would be plotting the Latin, the long position, which is you see here, north and west, and I would quickly, I don't believe there's a way of freezing it in here. Maybe there is. I don't really know if you can or not. But I would record this Latin long very, very quickly, handwrite it down, and then I would plot that position directly onto the plotting chart by hand, or I'll just kind of show you what we would do here. Or, as again, we just passed Zagger, and we're about a minute out from Zagger right now. 10 minutes down the road, I would plot. I don't know if I can actually do it on here, but I would select a position, and I would put in the Latin, the long of what we just showed, and that if I zoomed in all the way, that Latin long should be directly over the track that I'm currently on right now. That is a position check, a 10-minute position check. Also, we would verify fuel on board and that kind of thing. So with that, I'll just show you a couple things. So when I pass this north 4530, 150 west, this is the time, this is the fuel that I was on board. So I was up almost, 20,000 pounds of fuel there. So that was awesome. I would have done a better job in real life with the actual timing. I didn't do a real good job. This is just a test. And I would have recorded the time, when we departed. I mean, I would have had all these numbers in here actually. Out, off, all of these numbers in here. And then I would ensure that this number is close to my flight plan number for time and fuel, so that I can verify each point all the way down the road as being correct or not. Absolutely critical when doing oceanic operations. With what we're doing here now, I'll just come back to the HF talk that I had there in a second. The couple considerations that we need to have. I can't explain it completely because basically when you're in the takeoff configuration, we are going to be going into it like a tank to engine configuration, so that each tank is feeding each engine, and then eventually when we get into cruise, we switch it into another procedure which I'll have to get into specifically what that is in a little bit here because I'm still learning myself. And then prior to descent, we have to do a reserve valve opening, which I have to do more looking into as well, but I've got a long time to do that. Okay, so I think we've talked about Oceanic 10-minute cross checks. So we're now at 5 minutes or 4 minutes to go, or 4 minutes, another 5 minutes, 6 minutes to go. So as we were going prior to our Oceanic first leg, what we want to do is reach out to San Francisco radio and HF. And now in the Challenger 650, once we do that and establish comms with them and have CPDLC connection, we don't talk to them at all after that. So the first thing we do is a radio check with San Francisco radio, and then we do a cell call check. And basically what's going to happen is, I'll just try and find my flight plan here. So we are Air Canada 242. So we would dial up the frequency that we've either been assigned by air traffic control, which is pretty typical, or if I can't do that, then I'm going to use the frequency that I, got off the internet in the beginning, and I'm going to call them up. And the first thing I need to do, before I call them up, is I'm going to dial in the frequency on the upper sideband, and I'm going to make sure that I'm in the transmit for HF. So we'll come down here, HF1, we'll click over to that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press and hold the transmit button. And what I'm going to do, and I don't think it works in this, maybe it does. I'm going to press and hold, and I'm going to hear kind of a tuning sound, if you will. And I might have a recording of that somewhere, but you're going to hear a tuning sound. And what you're doing is you're setting up the HF coupling to receive the 8843 kilohertz, and then you're able to transmit on that. You have to keep in mind that with HF, it's very, very hard to hear. Typically, you're going to have your headset on at that point, or one of the crew is going to have their headset on, and they're going to listen very carefully to what's being said. It's going to be very crackly, very hard to hear, just like old school, and that's kind of what I like about it, is that it sounds old school because it's crackly and all that stuff. We're going to say something like San Francisco radio, Air Canada 242, Air Canada 242, Air Canada 242, radio check. And they're going to come back and they're going to say radio check 5x5 or whatever the situation is. And then the next thing is, I think the next thing was going to be is we're going to be over position Tatoosh and the altitude and those basic information. And then the next thing we'll do is a cell call check. With the cell call check, the aircraft is equipped with this Echo Hotel Foxtrot Kilo. Okay, so we're going to say San Francisco, Air Canada 242, cell call check, Echo Hotel Foxtrot Kilo. And then they're going to say, they're going to verify that they have that. Then they're going to send the signal. And then I don't think I can actually show it to you on here, but you're going to hear kind of a tone. And I think each aircraft's going to be different. And then the aircraft is receiving the call, the cell call from San Francisco, and they have dialed up this Morse code of Echo Hotel Foxtrot Kilo, and you're going to receive it. And that is basically going to be your only indication of when to contact San Francisco radio when we're oceanic. So just to kind of back what I said before, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 primary, 24 and 5 secondary, and once for oceanic, TARA on 2000, and that's what we're going to be monitoring. And then the HF primary is going to be monitored, and we're going to listen to that. And at some point, we're able to take off our headset. We have everything over on speaker as far as COM 1, COM 2. And I could come off of this and go back to from HF1 to VHF1, and I could talk to other traffic on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if I wanted to, and obviously we're going to listen to guard on 120.15. So that's kind of how that works. Now, if we were actually doing oceanic operations in good old days before CPDLC, which is what we're doing here. So we're just about at 10 minutes here. This is the top of the hour check. I'm going to take a time hack at 10 minutes, come down to this position, and hack. And then what I'm going to do is take this position. What I typically do here is just take a picture of it. So I take a picture of it, or write it down, and then I'm going to go to my map again, either electronic or a plotting chart, and we'll just say that we got a plotting chart because that's what we would have on this aircraft. All of our positions that we have today, Zagger, Zeno, ZMOM, and APAC, would all be on the plotting chart at this point, because we are on what we call the Alpha 331 airway. And right now, again, we're between Zagger and Zeno. And I'm going to plot the lat and the long, and what I should see is an X directly over top of the track that I'm currently on. If I do not see that, that is a problem. We're going to have to start verifying our waypoints. And this is our only way to determine if we're going to be on the correct track and if we're lost or not, because we do not want what they call a GNE, a gross navigational error. That's a bad thing. So that is why we do plotting, and that is why we take specialized oceanic training when we do international oceanic operations. When we're out over the ocean like we are in basically ICAO requirement airspace, so oceanic airspace. We must follow international procedures. We have specialized procedures for SLOP, S-L-O-P, strategic lateral offset positioning. We can position from our current position 1 to 2 miles right of our track in order to avoid wake turbulence from an aircraft that's ahead of us. And as I continue to talk here, let's just make sure our next position we're going to climb up to is Zeno. So that is going to be, let's look here. Looks like in 44 minutes approximately. So I'm just going to clear this time hack. I'm going to note this time. Okay. And that is when we're going to climb up to 360. Before we do that, however, we're going to have to come back to, let me get this mapping right, because I don't have it right at all. There we go. There we go. I'm going to use this chart right here. Now, It looks a little complicated at first, but this is an actual chart that's was used on a 747-200. This allows us to look at what our current weight is and look at our desired altitude based on ISA plus 10, ISA plus 15, or ISA plus 20. So if our current weight is, let's look up here, our current weight is 622,000 pounds. See if I can do this properly. I believe we're going to start here. 622. So we're right in between these two here. So if I want to climb to flight level 340, I got 653 here. Actually, sorry. I'm going to come to the temperature first. ISA plus 10. Come down to my current weight, which is 622. So I'm in between here and here. I could actually climb up quite high if I wanted to at this point. And I'm not sure if I'm doing that correctly or not, but that's how I'm going to look at it. So enter current weight, come to the altitude that you want, and then we have to verify that can we do 8.5 and our target Mach entry airspeed. There we go. So at this point in real life, maybe we're in some turbulence, that kind of thing. If we don't like flight level 340 and we want to climb to 360 or whatever we want to do, the only way that you can do it old school, and this is what we're doing, is to request a climb through HF. So we're going to have to contact San Francisco radio. We're going to have to request a climb to flight level 360, and they're going to come back and they're going to say climb now, climb it at position, at a position or a time, whatever it may be. They'll say current time is 2220 Zulu, be level flight level 360 by 2240 or something of that nature. And in other words, they're going to give you a constraint to work with. So what does this all mean? Well, you have to be able to look at the performance of your aircraft, and this doesn't matter if this is a 747 or Challenger 650 or whatever. You can look at your current performance of the aircraft. Now, on the 650, it's pretty simple. I go into my performance page. I can look at the current exact weight of the aircraft by updating the FMS and updating the weight and getting my climb performance, and I can do that really, really quick. But in this aircraft, you really got to do some work. So we're at 3.4. We want to go to 3.6 is what we want to do. Now I have to find where the temperature is. If subsonic, if you know where the temperature is, that'd be really, really helpful. I don't know where it is. I know the temperature for... Okay, there's true airspeed. Oh, there we go. There's SAT. Minus 56. I know I have TAT somewhere. Minus 24. So maybe we have to do the math. Maybe that's what they want us to do. I'm going to haul out my E6B. And I'm going to look at ISA deviation. I'm just having a look at a few things here, trying to find fuel, altitude. So while we figured this out, or while I figured this out, we are between a quarter of the way to Zeno. I'm gonna let you go outside here, have a look around, and enjoy this incredible jumbo jet. I'll be back shortly. Okay, man, I am back. Beautiful aircraft. Definitely something that I used to see around as a kid back in the day. Okay, so this is what I've determined is we're going to take 34 times -2 equals plus 15. If this makes any sense. Minus 68 plus 15 is minus 53. Yeah, I'll buy that. So our ISA at 34,000 feet is minus 53 degrees Celsius. Cool. Okay, so our SAT temperature is minus 56. Okay, so we're only 3 degrees off, which is fantastic. So we're only 3 degrees off. If I come back to, I thought that was mapped for that, apparently not. The mapping in X-Plane 12 is very annoying. Okay, there we go. Pardon me. Okay, so back to our chart here. So we know we are nowhere near ISA plus 15 or ISA plus 20. So if our current weight of the plane right now is 618,000 pounds, if I do this right, I hope, we're going to go down the ISA 10 column. We're going to go to 618,000 pounds or closest to, so we're in between these two numbers. I can climb to 37 or 38,000 feet. I believe that's how you do it. Now, I'm going to take this same number, 617, and come over to here, and I can see I'm between here and here. Okay, 6. So I'm between here and here. So this is telling me that if I'm at 617,000 pounds, I'm, right about here. Then I can do eight, 4, 6. Okay, I may have to do some tweaking with this, but I'm comfortable with saying that passing Zeno, we're more than going to be at an adequate weight for us to climb up. Is a black paint above the nose because of the usual radar equipment back in those days? I don't think so, Subsonic. I believe what that was used for was glare, but it could be wrong. Because if I bring this up a bit here, I believe, I could be wrong, but I think it had something to do with the glare that would be coming off of the nose being painted the way it was. I could be wrong, because Air Canada now has that painted as a historical retro look on their aircraft, and I'm not super sure if it had anything to do with functionality or not, or if it's a radar issue or not. I don't believe it is. Okay, so we're going to climb to flight level 360, and I'm going to try and do it as, you know, as proper as possible here. Hopefully I can get it right. So the first thing that we would do is we've determined that our aircraft weight is what we're happy with. So we know that we're around 617,000 pounds. We've done, just so you can follow along, I went 34 times -2 equals -68, and then I took plus 15, and that was equaling -53. And if we looked at our current SAT, which is -56. So ISA dev is just 3 degrees. So using the plus 10 ISA chart, would make sense. Okay, hopefully that makes sense, but that's how I did it. Some good old school math. So we want to climb to flight level 360. What we're going to do is we're going to switch over our comms to whoever wanted to do this. You know, probably would be the first officer doing this. It'd be San Francisco radio, Air Canada 242, Air Canada 242, request, and they would come back. It might take a while. I mean, there could be multiple aircraft in the frequency. It's scratchy as heck. It's really, really hard to hear. Eventually, you're going to be given a clearance to flight level 360, and we're going to say that they want us level at 2250. Okay, it's 2250. So our current time is 36 minutes after. 36 minus 50 is 14 minutes. So 14 minutes is the amount of time that we have. So we've been cleared to do it, so let's get at her. So 35, 36, the next thing I'm going to do, okay, confirm flight level 360, check, come down to here. I'm going to set this to speed control, and I'm going to go to climb, and I'm going to come back to here. I'm going to set this to, we'll leave that there, and I'm now going to go to vertical speed selected, and I'm going to only go up, I'm watching this right here, at 300 feet per minute. You see how fast that crept up? I'm actually going to bring it up about 500 feet a minute here now. 500 feet a minute. Okay, we're over speeding here, so I'm going to come back. Now, very, very, very important. This switch must be selected to outcell. If you don't do that, then it's going to cruise right through 360, and everybody's going to have a bad day, potentially. And so this is going to, we'll come back to, we'll try 299 for now. So we got 500 feet per minute climb. Again, we need to be level by I would have started a timer at this point. Level in 14 minutes. Very important. So we're definitely going to make it, but we want to monitor the time. It's really, really, really important. So monitor the time. You could determine how many feet per minute that you require, but in this case, I'm only going to be using. I want this to be. I don't really want to change the cruise speed. I realize we're at 8.7 and we want to be at 8.5, but I could get a little bit more aggressive here. I could go maybe 700 feet a minute, but and I don't know the exact number that you would use in a 747. I know we would use like a minimum of 300 feet per minute is what we're guaranteed with our climb charts. Okay, 1,000 to level here now. Okay, we're monitoring everything here. So we're gonna have to be very quick. And just make sure we get the right thing here. So we got speed set, climb. Okay. We don't want to overspeed. It's getting really kind of getting to the point. I'm going to bring this back to 290,000 to level. Now, where is it getting that from? Something is set wrong. Yep. I don't know how that got changed. There's 2992. Okay, so we're looking pretty good here where we want to be level. We have another 10 minutes to make it, but obviously that's going to be okay. But those are the contract that you're going to set in place with San Francisco radio, because remember, San Francisco radio is just a relay. They're not air traffic control. So the people you are talking to on HF, they're not air traffic control. They are relaying a message from air traffic control to you, and that's why it takes so long, and that's why you get a plan ahead for all these things. It's really, really important that you do that. Okay. Let's just try 290. Just about level. You can see all these things here. We're an alt cell, meaning that this is selected. That's fantastic. We're going to wait for this to go green here. Speeding up too much. I'm going to bring this way back. 280. So close, so close. Okay, so we're level at 360. So what I'm going to do is flip this up to Alt Hold. Alt Hold is selected. This is going to ensure that if this were to get bumped, that we're not going to have any deviations. Looks like the speed's dropping off there. I'm going to bring this back up to like 287 and see what happens. Nope. 290. Get the speed back up. Now, just so you can see what's going on here. So our current condition for what we have is climb. This is our current maximum limit. So you can see that this caret is at 161. There's our tat. There's our sat. So our temperature has changed here, and we'll do a little bit of math here in just a few minutes. Okay, there's 857 getting too much. Let's come back to 285. Definitely takes some adjusting to do here. And by the way, we're now past halfway point between Zagor and Zeno. And we'll talk a little bit about ETPs here in just a minute. Once we get this all, we're going to keep on our Oceanic discussion. So subsonic, are you actually flying your aircraft around, and how are you enjoying that? 853. Okay, I'm happy with that. We're going to go down to here now. Let's go to cruise and let's go to Mach. Okay, back up to here now. I'm going to turn these remote switches off. Okay, 8.5, perfect. It's pretty close. So 36,000 feet, doing 8.5. I mean, speed's definitely fluctuating, but that's okay. Oh, cool. Awesome. I think you're going to love it. It's an airplane that, I don't know, even just sitting in it, sitting on the ground, is a really cool experience. Like it's like a flashback to the good old days, and then running through all of these checklists, which I'm sure that you're aware of. I don't know if you know this or not, but they're from TWA, which are radically different than maybe some other people would use, but yeah, you'll have a great time flying it, I think. And it's definitely challenging. I have learned so much from some really great people on the Discord for Felis, and I would highly encourage you to join that if you're not already. It's a really fantastic connection between some really, really amazing people, including people that really flew this aircraft and are experts at flight engineer stations and all of that kind of stuff. So huge thank you to Felis and in making this aircraft and allowing, you know, the flight sim community to experience this level of immersion. I would love to try it in VR sometime. What else can I tell you? I would say the main community is on Discord, and if you need an invite for that, just please let me know. That's no big deal. And there's some pretty incredible YouTube videos out there. I'll just give you a couple here to check out. Sorry, my Discord was starting up there. And I'm just gonna come over to, let's just look at this here. No. So while we're in cruise here, we're at 8.5, we're at 3.6, we're gonna have a look at a few schematics. So this is just an example of excuse me, the level of detail that the developer has put into this aircraft. This is a fuel schematic of what our fuel system is supposed to look like when we're in a certain configuration. So if I come off of this is what it looks like before refuel when we're on the ground. Subsonic, if you want to check this out for yourself once you join the Discord, 747-200 fuel system schematics. Captain Crash has put in the different conditions that you're going to see here. So after refueling is complete, the aircraft is ready for engine starts, how you're going to configure all the cross feeds, all of that stuff. After takeoff, what you want to do. When the center tank is depleted, again, I didn't have any center tank fuel in today. What else here? This is the top of descent one we could look at. So this is where we're going to switch to these reserve tanks. And I believe he shows which pumps are going to be on. So you can see with each slide here which pumps are on. Now if we go to my aircraft, we're going to go to get the right one. Is it 8? No. There. So if we go to the fuel panel here, we can see that I currently have one number 1 main tank boost pumps are on, number 2 main boost pumps are on, number 3 and number 4, but the cross feeds themselves, there's only one open. This is what we would normally do. You know, you can look at the schematic yourself, and I'm really going to have a hard time explaining it. But that is how fuel management will be for cruise. Top of descent, however, we're going to turn these valves here, these reserve, get the right thing, reserve tank, number 1 reserve and number 4 reserve, we're going to open those up and ensure that things are feeding properly. Absolutely a niche market for sure. As I've said before, I don't want to compare other platforms to this platform, but I find it to be very stable. I don't have a lot of crash, if any, and I mean I definitely had a lot of problems with this particular model in order to get it properly going, but there's a tremendous amount. Absolutely. There's a, you know, oh, actually I was going to mention something for you, subsonic, is there's something called, I think it's called 740 Symphony. I'll just try and find it in, see if I can find it for you here in the downloads. 742 VFE. I think that's it right there. Let's see if I can get it here. Yeah, 747-200 Symphony version 3, and it's not currently working with X-Plane 12, but I know it works for X-Plane 11. You can get it so that your engineer is doing all of the checklists automatically for you, and I think he does everything but fuel management. So he turns on all the switches, everything. So, I mean, if you want to do that yourself, cool. But as other people have mentioned, and I'm just gonna, you know, get their name here so I can give it these people some proper recognition. Just give me a second. Let's go to, that's not the one I want. Just be a second. I'm just looking up so the main ones that I was looking at were Merry Christmas to everybody. I don't know if you heard that or not, but that was my doorbell. Felis 747-200 full tutorial parts 1 through 4, I believe, and that is on reflected reality simulations. Absolutely fantastic, super professional. I learned so much from those YouTube videos. They're in-depth, they are long, but you're going to know everything you need to know about flying the Felis or the Felis 747-200, all about fuel management, all of that. It's really, really, really well done. Again, if you want a virtual flight engineer, then check out Symphony on the X-Plane 4. Awesome, great to hear. Very helpful, by the way. If you want to know more information or you need help, just reach out, send him a message. He will definitely get back to you. Busy guy, but he will get back to you. And I was actually connected through to another person, which is who I've mentioned here already, is Captain Crash. And Captain Crash, huge shout out to you, because you got me going in X-Plane 12 specifically, and has given me so much technical information about you know, how to fly this incredible jumbo jet. I know we're more than half, well, maybe are we halfway? Pretty close to halfway. Zeno, I think, is halfway. Next thing we're going to talk about is ETPs. ETPs, everybody's favorite discussion when it comes to ATPL, Airline Transport Pilot License Study. ETPs, equal time points. Okay, so we might talk about that after Zeno, because we're just about to come up on that. I think it's time to look outside again. Let's have another look out. Beautiful aircraft. Absolutely amazing. What a plane. I mean, wow, look at that. The detail, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's just awesome. The Queen of the Skies right there. Absolutely incredible. And not only the Queen of the Skies, but the original Queen of the Skies, 747-200. I mean, does it get any more better? You know, it's pretty awesome stuff. Okay, so we'll come back to fuel management and all of that in a few minutes here. Let's just do a little bit of housekeeping. So we're very close to what we want to be, 850, and we are maintaining altitude. Very important when you're cross-checking things, make sure that you've got this altitude hold set. It's very, very important, because if you don't and it gets messed with, the aircraft will climb or descend depending on what's happened, and that's not going to be a good thing. I chose Air Canada, specifically this aircraft, because I've seen it fly out of my hometown, which is Edmonton, Charlie Yankee Echo Golf, years ago. And so, I mean, it's the only thing that I've truly had the joy of seeing and taking off and all of that kind of stuff. I believe at the time, though, it was actually a converted freighter. It wasn't one of the aircraft that would have flown to Hawaii. But I mean, just to give you an idea, I don't know where you're from, but you know where I'm from now. But today, as of today, as in right now, it is minus 13. Correction, that was nice. It's minus 18 degrees. 3/4 of a mile in, what do we got here? Light snow, drifting snow, vertical visibility is 600 feet. And it's been up and down from, looks like 2 miles down to what it currently is right now, which is 3/4 of a mile. Runway 12 is 4,000 RVR, 6,000 feet. Yeah, so yeah, it's pretty darn cold out. So people want to escape where we live and head to the islands. Now, I'm just gonna, if I can, if I may, I'm just gonna bring, I know that's a little annoying, I'm just gonna bring this over here and show you something else. So this is Ward Air. So Ward Air was a charter airline in Canada that did something that completely changed the industry in Canada, maybe even the United States, I don't know. But what they did is they allowed Canadian citizens to fly from Canada to Honolulu completely one package price. And that package price included the flight in this absolutely incredible aircraft. Every single passenger, whether you were first class or in the back, in the loud area where we were in a while ago there, everybody got to eat on bone china, Royal Dalton, and were treated like kings and queens and little princes and princesses. It was absolutely amazing. So that was a flight experience, but what your package included was your hotel and your drinks and absolutely everything that you needed to enjoy your holiday in one complete package. One complete package. So the flight, in the best possible way you can think of. I mean, we're talking like even in the back, first class, you know, Royal Dalton, good food, you know, absolutely everything that you needed in order to enjoy your meal in absolute style. I mean, very, very cool. A hotel that was vetted by the company that would be all inclusive, so all of your drinks, all of your food, everything in all one package on Ward Air. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely pleased to, well, first of all, I'm very, very happy that someone made a Ward Air fleet pack. And I see Specfire did the liveries, and I will definitely be flying these very, very soon. I'm really excited that you did that. Thank you very much. Today's is an Air Canada flight, definitely classic, but I do want to do kind of my hometown Ward Air flight. Again, from Edmonton to, maybe we'll go to Maui next time instead of Honolulu, to experience the Ward Air class that was present back in those days. As a Challenger 650 captain, I've had the extreme pleasure to fly Mr. Max Ward a number of times, and I apologize, I'll just bring this back here, to fly Max Ward himself on my own, or my aircraft that I was captain of, a number of times. It's, for me, it was like flying the most rock star person that you could, from a Canadian entrepreneur, former Canadian Arctic bush pilot turned airline owner operator of 747s. Can you imagine? Just amazing. From Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, Canada, to worldwide operations of 747s. I believe his first aircraft was the Fox Moth. I'd have to look that one up, but I'll just show you who we're talking about here. Max Ward, full name was, I'll just read you a few things here. Born in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. After completing grade 11 at the Victoria High School, he went to work at the Canadian National Railways, then joined the Air Force in 1940. During Second World War, he received his wings in 1941, did the British Commonwealth Air Training Plan. Actually didn't know that, so he did training in the British Commonwealth Air Training Plan. Stationed at various bases throughout the duration of the war. In Regina, he was married to Marjorie Skelton in 1944, and Marjorie, the name Marjorie, became one of the main names that were put on Max's aircraft was Marjorie Morningstar, which was put on there. And you can read all of this for yourself, but let's talk about Ward Air. So after flying as a charter pilot for 2 years, Max Ward began to operate his own commercial air service. And then at that time, he was using a, looks like an Otter, a DHC-3 Otter, single engine prop aircraft, and formed Ward Air in 1953. And in 1953, I mean, there wasn't a lot of airlines in Canada back then. And so here is a real picture of one of the Ward Air 747-200s, which is one of the, actually this shows as a 100. It could be a 100. I'm not sure if that's right or not. Just get rid of that there. And first of all, and here is Max Ward with his wife. And so Max Ward, anyways, he started charter operations in 1953, and then in 1960 he became he took Ward Air public in 1961, continued to have the controlling interest in it, and in the 1970s Ward Air developed Canada's largest international air charter carrier, and flew and from 1984 flew scheduled routes. So after 20 years of economic roller coasters and competition, Air Canada and Canadian Pacific Airlines, Ward Air finally was sold in 1989 to PWA, Pacific Western Airlines, which was a parent of, PWA International, which was Pacific Western Airlines, which became CP Air. And if you don't know who CP Air is, I'll show you what that is. Because CP Air was, for me, as a kid, very, very significant. And you're gonna recognize some planes here, hopefully. CP Air, incredible. DC-8 in Gatwick in 1977. 747, look at that. 747, 737, 727. Absolutely fantastic. 737-200. This looks like one of the original versions. Maybe even you can see the intakes or the auxiliary inlets there. I was a pilot on a 737-200, and I'm licensed and rated on the Boeing 737-200 in Canada. Anyways, a little bit of history for you. What I really just wanted to mention was that I'm super excited to fly a 747-200 in simulator, specifically to have the livery for Max Ward's aircraft. Just means an awful lot. So thank you again for Specfire for your incredible work, which I really hope to enjoy very, very soon. Back to the aircraft here. We'll talk about ETPs in just a few minutes. I'll let you enjoy some more outside shots. Hope you're enjoying the view. Okay, let's talk about equal time points. I'll just get set up and then we'll have a look. Just having a look through my flight plan here to make sure I can show you what I want to show you. Just be a minute or two here. Okay. So we are flying across the ocean, and we are basically halfway through our flight between land to another point of land. As you can imagine, the aircraft that you see in front of you, you know, it's got 4 big engines on it. But what happens if I lose an engine? Can I maintain the altitude that I'm currently at? And the answer to that, you may say, well, it's got 4 massive engines on it, and if I lose one, you know, no big deal. I should be able to, you know, maintain the altitude. Well, that's probably not the case. These are massive engines, but they are required to maintain our speed, which is a blistering 850 Mach, which, well, I would certainly love to be doing in my Challenger. But the reality is that you're not going to be able to maintain 850. That's probably not going to happen. So you're going to have to do something called a, just going to get some terminology here for you, as a drift down. So if you lose an engine, you're probably going to have to drift down. And I don't have the numbers, but you're going to have to drift down to some specific altitude. Why? Because of the aircraft weight that we currently have on board. And then we have to decide is, if we're at that altitude and we haven't reached a certain point in our flight plan, should we continue to Hawaii? Should we turn around? Should we go somewhere else? So those are really, really important things. Those are called equal time points. Now, we have something called ETOPS, ETP, critical point information. So we have very critical waypoints as we're flying along on our oceanic flight here. So we'll look at a map in just a minute, but what I want to talk about is we have an ETP. Our initial one is San Francisco, and the other one is Honolulu. So it's either ahead of us or behind us. Now, depending on when that happens, we have to make a rapid decision of whether they're going to continue forward or go back. And if we go back, we have a specialized procedure that we have to do. Now, this particular flight plan that I have here doesn't actually cover everything that I would like to see. And what am I talking about? I would like to see a medical ETP. I would like to see a depressurization ETP. I would like to see ETPs for probably 2 different locations on the land behind me. One probably would be Oakland, California, which is very near San Francisco anyways. And those which are not, I'll just show you here in a second. I don't have for this flight. I promise you next time I will have it. So if we look at our flight here, we are, if you would agree, way the heck over the ocean right now. And the only real way that air traffic control knows where we are right now is we would be doing position reports. We would be doing position reports at all of these different fixes all the way through the flight. Now with the Challenger 650 that I fly, that's all automatic, but we're an old school 1960s right now. So what we would have on here is we would have specific waypoints along our route which we would use to make decisions. One would be based on medical. So for example, all of a sudden we have a major sickness on board, or someone's having a heart attack or something of that nature, some major incident. We're going to have to return back to the closest point from a speed perspective and fuel perspective and land at the airport and of what we've chosen to as quickly as possible. So I doubt we'd be going above 8.5, but we would have a specific point where we would turn around and we would go to one of the mainland airports that we've chosen. So San Francisco here. The other one originally was Seattle. Okay, but we are way the heck out over the ocean. Now, this is the weird thing. Do you think, if you can think about where we're at right now, and I have no real way to, like, I can show you, let's look at our flight plan here. I'm going to come all the way down to the bottom here, and let's look so we're somewhere in here, okay? So we can see that we have an ETP one here. So what this means is once I pass this point, this ETP point, which again is a lot in the long position, I must continue to Honolulu. I'm no longer able to return back to San Francisco. However, prior to reaching this ETP, if something happens, I can reach San Francisco. Why, if we look at this chart specifically, where am I coming up with that? Well, have a look at the winds. So the wind is coming, we're basically in a headwind mostly, and then kind of a crosswind, and then maybe a slight tailwind as we're coming in here. But we have headwinds, crosswinds. We have to calculate the winds, our speed, fuel, all of that stuff in order to get these ETPs. Again, an ETP is an equal time point between going forward or reverse. Now, what I'd like you to, if you would like to reference this, I would highly suggest you go over to this web page, code 7700, equal time points. This is a real world use site. So this is stuff that really is used. And this gentleman, we can go to home plate here. This gentleman, let's see if I can find where he is here. Anyways, you can see all of the information, a lot of the things we talked about today, like for example, HF, how to tune it up, what it's all about, frequencies, sidebands, antennas, all of that fun stuff. That is all on this website. Also, cell call. We talked about that. What is it? Selective calling. This is how air traffic control would reach us in flight right now in the 747-200. They cannot reach us via VHF. So the only purpose of that frequency and that frequency is for aircraft that are in flight near us. Otherwise, we just cannot reach them. So we use HF, which is bouncing off the atmosphere, and high frequency communications. So we got here, what can I tell you? I don't know if he really goes into it here. He gives into super amount of depth. So if you want to know about stuff in real life, this is where it is. So navigation, ETPs, so equal time points. If you want to know more about it, this is where I want you to go check it out. I'm not really going to get into exactly how to do this stuff, because you can come in here and do it yourself and enjoy it yourself. I'm really just going to enjoy the flight here today and go from there. But this is how it's really done. Here's a plotting done on a let's see if he's got it here. Just showing you an old school chart. So here is we are on the Alpha 331 right here. So this chart is what he would be doing this notation on. Okay, so that's really what I want to talk about there. So ETPs, equal time points. So now you know that they're decision-making tools in order to determine, are we going to continue to Honolulu, or are we going to go back to San Francisco? In real life, we would have them plotted out for oxygen. So if we had to descend now immediately to 10,000 feet because we have a rapid depressurization, what speed we're going to fly at, what altitude we're going to be at, all of those things are all thought about and pre-calculated prior to actually going. Okay, so that's ETP for oxygen. Medical, we need to return back to the mainland as fast as possible because we have a medical emergency on board. ETPs, other ones would be fuel. So if we lost an engine or two, what would be the plan? All that's pre-calculated, and that's all would be entered in on the Oceanic Plotting chart manually by the crew and updated by the crew as we continue along here. So as we continue along, we are currently between Zeno and ZMOM, and I've been doing a pretty bad job of monitoring that situation, because I do want to mention this, which is pretty darn important. If we look at our flight plan, and I'm just going to come back to it here in just a second. If we look at our flight plan, before we do that, let's just look at something here. Let's look at this. So I'm position 8 and 9. Okay. So we're going to verify a couple things just so we've got them correct here. So just bear with me here for a second. So I'm going to go to waypoint, and I'm on position 8. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So now just work with me here. I'm on position 8. We're going from 8 to 9 is what the system is doing. So this is what I should see 8 to be when I look at my flight plan. So here's 8, position 8. We just saw north 3500 and west 145, 14.5. I agree, that's what we want to see. The next one is going to be ZMOM. Now if we go back to here, I'm going to go to position 9 so you can follow along. Gain 301, 2.9, 15107 west. So north and west. Go to here, position 9, I've marked it off here, is 3012.9 and 15107.0. Now, a couple things we could remember here as well is at ZMOM, we want to have 136,000 pounds of fuel on board, and we can have the remaining amount of time. This is our ISA deviation. You can see we went from headwind -2 to a tailwind of +4 knots, and I can just come down here, outside air temperature, temperature deviation, and the trip, I believe this, or sorry, the speed that we're looking at there. What else? Mach, true airspeed, and ground speed. Okay, so all really important stuff. So we can see we are at 850 approximately. It's jumping around a little bit. Flight level 360. We're going between 8 and 9. But here's the thing. When we reach 9, now I have an issue, because I want the system to go to APAC. So let's just talk about APAC. APAC is here. ZMOM's here. APAC is here. If I go back to here, if I look at waypoint 9 and I click past 9, it goes to 0, then to 1, and all the way through. So 1 is where I want it to go to. Now let's just verify that. So we want to verify that north 240 2.6 and west 156 19.2 are where I want to be going to. So go to here quickly. So again, I'm looking for what APAC's Latin long is. So APAC is, I'm just verifying this on the other screen, north 2402.6, west 15619.2. So, ladies and gentlemen, this must say from 9 to 1. Otherwise, we're not going to be going where we want. Now, I've never had to switch this over before, so we're going to see how it works out. Come back to here. So I have to really remember to do that, otherwise it's not going to work. It's going to navigate somewhere else completely. Now I will show you how to do that in just a few minutes. So we've gone over quite a bit of oceanic stuff from the very beginning here. We're almost 2 hours into this live stream. By the way, thank you very much for watching the live stream and taking your time here today. I really appreciate it. This is a brand new thing for me, the Boeing 747-200, and as you can see, I'm excited about it. Want to do lots of flying with it as well. I will not be stopping doing my Challenger 650 stuff, but this is just a different avenue that I would like to explore. Other thing I could tell you about, just kind of down the road stuff, is I have the aircraft set up for 113.9, as you can see right here, and 114.8. So I want to see, when we get closer to Hawaii, the DMEs pop up there, because that's going to tell me I'm getting into the VHF frequency area, and I could consider starting to listen to what they call HCF, Honolulu Air Traffic Control, and trying to get an idea of what's happening. Because we're in an old school airplane, we're going to have to get our ATIS for Honolulu quite a ways out. And how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to tune it up, and then we're going to turn on squelch, and it's going to be all hissy and crackly, because we want to get ATIS in there so we can get our performance numbers, brief the approach, all of that stuff, brief the arrival, brief the approach, and all of that kind of thing. So we're expecting a radar vectored approach into Honolulu. What I'm going to do now, because we have quite a bit of time to go here, is that I'm gonna put my microphone on mute, and have you come close to sea simulation like the CL650 on any sim? No, it's not off topic. I'm happy to answer. Being a Challenger 650 and 605 captain, I have never seen the level of detail, specifically with the FMS, as Hot Start has done. Never. Not on any simulator. It is as close to real as you possibly can get. For example, I mean, I don't even know if this would happen on this airplane, but if I turned around here and I started pulling out circuit breakers here, which would be dumb, but if I did that, you know, if I started pulling out the ignition circuit breakers, if I did that on the Challenger 650 by Hot Start, I would absolutely affect that system. It would not work. That is incredible. So the system is completely wired, if you will, exactly the way it is in a real aircraft, to the best of my knowledge, including there's such a development team, or a team of people behind the scenes, that you can hardly imagine. We have real life Challenger pilots from kind of all over the world. I'm one of the development pilots, and the fact, and the satellite simulation system, the CPDLC system that we have on the Challenger 650 in real life, well, it's mimicked just like it is in real life on the Hot Start Challenger 650. I'm seriously blown away that that amount of information or detail can be put into a simulation that you can buy. I know everybody was complaining it was expensive, but truly, in this case, I truly believe you get what you pay for, and there isn't anything better. I mean, this thing's awesome because it's old school, and you know, most things that I know of can be, you know, are modeled on it, and we'll see how things work for the approach, because I've never done one yet, and I don't even know if I'm going to continue the live stream up until that point, because I do have other things to do today. But I just wanted to get up and going, show that this incredible airplane's out there, and be excited about it. I like to see, I haven't watched a lot of other YouTube videos on the Challenger 650 because I've been busy making my own in the past, and I took a long break, and have just made one video, actually I think maybe just one even this year, but I definitely am back making them again, and I'm enjoying it. So if it's not enjoyable, then I'm not going to do it, but I'm enjoying it, and this is going to be my new kind of other thing to enjoy, something to explore, and I'm excited about the 747-200 and all the things that you know that we can do with it. So I'm just going to do a little bit of check here, because I don't want to miss this very important changeover between waypoint after waypoint 8, because it's got to go from waypoint 9 to 1, or we're going to have a big problem. Right? Talking to my dog. Is that a subsonic? Is that temperature 4 degrees in Budapest, Hungary? By the way, I would love to go to Budapest, Hungary. That is definitely on my list of places to go to. I was supposed to fly there in the Challenger 650, definitely before the whole unfortunate Ukraine situation started. Our client canceled that for safety reasons, but the Budapest sounds amazing. Is 4 degrees a normal temperature for you? Do you have snow on the ground? Okay. So would you normally have a white Christmas, or is it, I can't really remember us not having one. I have to say, we've had no snow for a long time. Very weird. And then we had a major cold front move in the other day. We had snow squall actually in Calgary, which is, you know, about 3 hours south from where I am, almost 4 hours. And I'm just watching my navigation system here because we are coming up on, well, it's a little ways out still, but I'm probably going to take a break after I hit ZMOM and let the aircraft do its thing. And then we'll do probably meet up at top of descent. 35 centimeters in Budapest was 1987. Wow. Okay. Well, the last thing that I did, which was probably not advised, I was in Toronto and took a drive to Niagara Falls. And I don't know if you saw the news or not, but Niagara Falls received, not Niagara Falls as in, I should say Buffalo, which is just on the other side, Buffalo, New York, just on the other side of the border, literally drive across a bridge and now you're in New York. They received 9 feet of snow, something of that nature, in a matter of like 2 days. So I'm 6'4". I mean, it would be over my head in a very short amount of time, and that was due to lake effect snow in that Niagara region. I believe it was off of Lake Erie, which happened, I think the last time it happened was I can't even remember right now, but it was years ago. It was an incredible amount of snow that happened. So in real life, we definitely wouldn't be as lax as I am today. We would be very much on top of every ETP, every single waypoint. We would be doing a time, fuel, distance check. And 10 minutes after that, we would be doing the route verification. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking about Jack Nicholson. Exactly. I can't even imagine how much snow that would be. It would be like a crazy amount to deal with. And if you look at some of the TikToks and that kind of thing, there's definitely a lot of mayhem to deal with. But I decided to drive to Niagara Falls to see the falls, not really thinking that I could have been buried in snow and would have been bad as far as, not being able to get back. So I've said lots about oceanic operations. Hopefully, I mean, this is the very first time I've ever talked about this stuff before on here. One of the things we need to think about, and it's going to be weird, is how are we going to get this airplane down? So we're now at our final altitude of 36,000 feet. When are we going to descend? Now we have to do some old school stuff in order to make that happen. And we're going to have to do some, yeah, we are at our final altitude of 36,000 feet. And what more can I tell you here? I think I said as much as I wanted to about ETOPs and equal time points. There's so much more to know, ladies and gentlemen, but if you want to know more, please, please, please head over to code7700.com. And that is the guy that literally wrote the book on International Operations Flight Manual. He actually wrote the book. So if you want to know about the real deal and how to do all this stuff old school, like you would in this airplane, go check it out. Okay, so I'm going to bring up my charts again here, and I'm going to start thinking about arrivals, because it's a little ways down the road, but we're going to go PHNL, procedures, and let's back up here for a sec. So we are filed the Maggie 3 arrival. No problem. Maggie 3. Okay, Maggie 3 arrival. Maggie 3. Okay. So I'm going to bring up a chart. So yes, I'm using SimBrief, and I'm also using Navigraph charts, which are absolutely fantastic. To be able to use the real, this is the real as they're going to get, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Jeppesen charts, just like we have in the real aircraft. Really, really awesome. So we know that we're going to APAC, and we can just verify a couple things here first. I think I might have got rid of it for some reason. Nope, there it is. Just going to come back to the flight plan here. Okay, so position 1 is going to be APAC, and then TOADS, and then SOPIW. Okay, TOADS and that. Okay. So we're here, or we're going to be here, then we're going to go to TOADS, then we're going to SOPIW, and then to Maggie. The key things we want to look at here is there any altitude changes? And at this point, no, there isn't. APAC, TOADS, Maggie, and there really isn't no altitude changes here. So let's have a really deep look at this. So Maggie 3 arrival, from Maggie via CHK radial 039 to the CHK DOR, then via vectors for approach to airport. So how can we think about descent planning here? We have to give ourselves some number to work with. So if we go to we could either do this through expectation that we know that we want to be at a certain altitude, say at APAC or TOADS or something like that. we could work with something like that. Okay, so if I wanted to do something, let's say I'm just going to give myself a number here that air traffic control wants us by APAC, flight level 200, let's say, okay, and I am at, I'm just talking to my dog here who definitely wants to be involved. So we have 16,000 feet to lose, okay? And so 16,000 times 3 is going to be 48, okay? So what does that mean? It means that when I'm at DME or 48 miles away from APAC, I need to descend. Now, there's a few things that he is a Springer Spaniel. So he's liver, color, and white. And he's a big 50-pound giant lap dog. There's a bunch of things we need to consider here. We're in a very fast aircraft. And my speed is all over the place, as I can see here. So I'm kind of going to go with the rules that we had in the 737, which was distance to fly plus 10 nautical miles. So whatever number I come up with, I'm always going to add on the 10 nautical miles. Now, not ever having done this before, I don't know how fast this thing descends at. I really don't know. Now let's just look at a couple things here. We got ground speed, 485 knots. So if I take 485, 485 divided by 2 is 242. So I need to descend at 2,400 feet per minute based on that number in order to have a 3-degree slope. So 48 nautical miles back, I'm going to add the 10, so that's 58, and I'm going to use 2,400 feet per minute descent rate. So that is the kind of the initial plan in order to be at APAC at flight level 200. That's my current plan. So again, plan to be at APAC at flight level 200. We're currently at 36,000 feet. We have 16,000 feet to lose. So 16 times 3 is 48. Plus 10 to slow the aircraft down is going to be a number of 58 miles. Then taking my current ground speed of 488, dividing that by 2 is 244 times 100 is 2,400 feet per minute, approximately. Now, in order to make that work, as soon as we start our descent out of 360 to go to how many miles are we talking about here? I mean, you can use whatever number you want. You could say APAC at 10,000. You decide. But the whole idea is take your current altitude minus what your desired is, times it by 3, and add in some type of number to slow the aircraft down. Because we are trucking right now. And the speed's kind of all over the place right now, but yeah. Let's go back to... So that's all we kind of need to know there at the moment. Let's go back to here. I'm going to look at where we're at. We are just about at Z-Mom. Good thing I looked. Okay. So I'm going to go into here and I'm going to go waypoint change. Just going to let it. I'm getting very close to Z-mom. I'm going to go, there we go. Look at that. It did it itself. It's going to go from 9 to 1, which is exactly what I wanted. So I didn't have to change anything. It went from 9 to 1. But let's just make sure that that's what we want. Because if it's not, we really need to pick that up kind of right now. 9 to 1. So looking at my flight plan, I'm going to go into here, just verify I'm in waypoint mode. I'm going to go to 9 first. 9 was 3012.9, 15107.0. Okay, perfect. And then waypoint 1 is 2402.6, 15619.2. Let's go to waypoint 2, 2245, 15641.8. Check through waypoint 3, 22. I think we might have an issue there. Well, that's the top of descent. Ah. 4. So waypoint 3, I'm going to change waypoint 3. How do we change it? Waypoint, make sure you're in 3. Start with the north. Make sure you're going to copy down the correct thing. 2, 2, 2, 3, 3. 2, 2, 2, 3.3. Insert. West. I'm just making sure here. 156 41.8. So we're going to verify this. 2223. I think I'm making another error. 2223. 156. No, I didn't do that right. Waypoint. No, I don't want that either. Clear. So we're on 3. Just about made a major error there. So north 222. Magic 3. 222 3.3. 222 3.3. Insert west 15648 15648.4 15648.4 222 3 15648.4. Insert. So that is now 3. 2 confirm is 2245 15641.8, and 3 is, that's correct. 4 is 21. No, it's not. So 4 we're going to change as well. North 2150.4 2150.4. Insert west 15657.9. So 2150.415657.9. Enter. Okay, that's 3, 4, 5. I just got things off by a little bit here. Okay, 5 we're going to change as well. North 21250, insert west 157 30.6, 157 30.6, insert waypoint 6. Waypoint 6 is going to be north. I got that right. 62119.7. 2119.7. Insert west 157 34.4 2119.7 15737.4. Insert waypoint 7. Coco is going to be north 21159 211.5.9. Insert west 157.422 157.422. Insert. Okay. Where are we? We are Zmom to APAC. Okay. Yeah, his name is Thor, and he is definitely my first officer. Okay. What else can we do? Let's look at... We're going to look up the ATIS for... This is an app. It's an app. Sorry, an iTunes Store app. And I'm going to put in PHNL. And I'm going to look up the ATIS. So I have it. So this is ATIS information Bravo. It was updated 0 seconds ago. I'll just read it. Honolulu arrival departure information Bravo. 2153 Zulu, variable 5 knots, 10 statute miles, few 2500, scattered 4000, altimeter 2993, landing, departing runways 4 and 8, expect ILS or visual approach, landing and hold short operations in effect, runway 4, SHRT of 8 left in effect. I have to look at that. I don't know. I can't remember what that is. Advise approach 18.3 if no lasso. If you can't do lasso, okay. Which we cannot. A whole bunch of taxiway closures, which I'm not going to mention. Caution. Read back all instructions. Lots of cranes. Warning: 8 left shortened to 7,490 feet. No arrivals to runway 8 left. Warning: 8 left shortened. No arrivals to runway 8 left. Advise if information Bravo. Okay, so we have landing, departing runway 4 and 8. Going to look outside here for a second. Okay, well that's what we were seeing. That is really funky. I don't know if you saw that in the windscreen or not, but that's what I was looking at outside there. I was like, whoa, what's the airplane doing? Anyways, yeah, that's what we're looking at there. That's pretty freaky. Okay, let's look at the approaches. So we're going to look at ILS. Yankee. Just going to look at a couple things here first. Okay, let's look at this together. Okay. So ILS 4 right is what I'm going to plan for. Look, because of 8, so it says 8 right, 8 left shortened. Just confirm a couple things here. Landing and departing runways 4 and 8. Expect ILS or visual approach. Okay, so we could do 8 right. I'm going to set up for 8 right because that seems so much better. Well, 4 could work though. Real good. 4 right. But I might just terminate everything after we land anyways. But 8 right is let's go with 8 right. Big long runway, I like it. Approach 8 right. Oh, there is no approach to 8 right. That sucks. 4 right. D&E Art, are you kidding me? Okay. Alana. Okay, we'll vector ourselves in. So we're going to plan for the ILS Zulu or Yankee? 258 feet. 258 feet. Okay, let's set up for ILS Zulu, runway 4 right. Okay, that's the plan. I'm gonna go into here. We're gonna put this. We're gonna put in performance calculations. Landing. Let's see what we're supposed to land with. I think that's pretty close. Just we'll check. Landing weight 536. Okay, I'll go with 540. We're going to do flaps 30. Read data from sim. We're going to click on that. Damp conditions. Let's just see if this matches things. I think it does. 2994. Close. 2993. Temperature. No, that's not even close. It's way hotter than that. So, oh, I see. I can move it. Okay, 29 degrees. I think it's dry. We're going to go with dry. Yeah, it's dry, 29 degrees, altimeter. I see. I can move these things. 2993. Wind. Variable at 5 knots. So I'm just going to put this at 360 at 5 knots, just so I've got something. So that number works. Dry, 29 degrees. That all looks really good to me. We're going to set our bug speeds now. Minimum maneuvering speeds. Okay, I might just take a quick shot of that because I don't know them yet. That looks good. I think the speeds are set. Okay, so those are all good. Set the speeds, close that. Checklists, descent and approach are coming up. So where are we at, ladies and gentlemen? We are still quite a ways away from APAC. So we've got quite a ways to go here. Okay, cool. Time to go outside, I think. Okay, so a couple things that I'm kind of considering here is that if we want to be, basically our bottom altitude that we want to be at is going to be 3,000 feet. That's kind of the number, but if we want to be initially at 20,000, I think that's what I'm going to work with. Is I'm still going to do the 58 nautical miles back from APAC, 58 miles back at that 2,400 feet per minute. We're going to descend down to flight level 200, and then we're going to expect to descend to 3,000 feet. Now, so if we're at 20,000 feet, we're at 20,000 feet, and let's go with some numbers here. $20,000 20,000 minus we get 17,000 feet to lose. So 17 times 3 is 51. Plus another 10 miles, so 61 miles back. So we need to keep that in mind, is that when we're around that 60, 70 miles back from basically Honolulu VOR, I'd say, from frequency 14.8, which is going to be DME number 2. That's we need to be down by 60 miles back, or we need to start descending at 60 miles approximately to get down to a 3-degree slope, and to make it comfortable to land an ILS Zulu 4 right. Okay, so let's talk about ILS Zulu 4 right real quick here, and then I'll let you enjoy yourself and enjoy the flight. So this is going to be Honolulu, Hawaii, ILS Zulu 4 right. We're looking for tuning of the localizer 110.5. We're going to set 042 on the left and right final approach course. Hurley is at 1500. ILS decision altitude is going to be 258 feet. And that's with all the lights working. That's what we're expecting. It's going to be a daytime arrival. Airport elevation is only 13 feet. Touchdown zone's 8 feet. And we've got, looks like a sector altitude where we're going to be vectored into is 4,000 feet. But we'll just keep in mind that the high terrain's off to the north at 5,300 feet, and the other sector is 4,400. So we're expecting vectors. I'm hoping to be around 3,000 feet at this point. Probably not going to be doing the arc. We'll vector ourselves as close as we can to CYEG-PHNL or in between there and Derby to give ourselves lots of room to get on the ILS. Look for Pappies on the left-hand side with Mauser lead-in lights. Again, the wreck visibility there is half a mile visibility, which is not an issue. Gain 258 feet is going to be set on our MINS. Missed approach is going to be 540 feet, climb to 540 feet, then climbing right-hand turn to 3,000 feet on heading 220 and outbound on the Honolulu VOR radio 171 to Alana. So big hand, right-hand turn there, and then intercept out to Alana, and we'll coordinate that with air traffic control. Looking at some other notes here, radar required for procedure entry, and VGSI and ILS glide path not coincident due to the 3-degree, greater than 3-degree, or VGSI angle 3 degrees at touchdown zone 71 feet, I believe is what it's saying there. Okay, so we're doing the Maggie 1 arrival. So Maggie 3 arrival via APAC. There's not much to say here. Maggie 3 from Maggie via the CHK radio 093 to the CHK VOR, then radar vectors for approach to airport, APAC, Toads, Sapu, Maggie, and then Bambo, and then Griddle, but we're expecting to be radar vectored way out of there, or way sooner. So there's no altitude restrictions on here, nothing to really say. Transition to altitude will be standard at 18,000 feet. And again, we've already got the ATIS as information Bravo. Okay, approach, taxi, landing on runway 4 right. We're going to probably be exiting maybe at the end. Let's plan for the end. Left turn on Charlie, Alpha, and we'll have a look at which gate we're going to plan there. But it's going to be runway 4 right with a left-hand exit onto Charlie. The approach we've already talked about. Let's see what is the Zulu. Any questions? So at that point we would review any questions, any concerns that anybody has, and plan accordingly for that. Okay, have a look at again just kind of where we're at, just to give you an idea. So we're ZMOM inbound APAC. I'm going to let it go here for a while, ladies and gentlemen. I'll let you enjoy. I'm going to go take a break and enjoy the 747-200. So we got about 20 minutes to go before APAC, and so I'm going to come back in about 15 minutes or so, so that'll allow us to get to our flight level 200 that we want for APAC. What more can I tell you here? I think that's about it. Talk to you soon. I found a few other things that we might want to look at here. 4 right is what we're going to be landing on. As you can see, we're going to be crossing over this big runway here. So it tells us that caution, foreign object damage hazard, rapidly rising terrain north and east. That's why we're going to make that big, huge right-hand turn if we were to go to mist. And for visual guidance, PAPI 3 degrees on the left-hand side of the runway. Due to the tower locations, unable to determine whether the aircraft are in the correct final approach course to both runways. Land and hold short operations are in effect. We're unable to do that though today because we're going to be going all the way to the end of the runway. The lowest minimum takeoff for this runway uses the Honolulu departure, requires a minimum climb gradient of 425 feet to 1900 MSL, and bidirectional arresting gear is located 1500 feet from the approach end of this runway on 4 right. So we want to kind of keep that in mind. The usable length is 8,950 feet. Terminal area, Class B airspace. We're going to be coming into that and talking to HCF pretty soon here. Weather, lots of birds in the area, tall vessels, you know, kind of the usual stuff coming into Hawaii. What can I tell you? Taxi, we've already talked about. Lots of stuff that we could look at, but again, we're landing in 4 right, expecting to go all the way to the end and taxi in by Alpha. There we go. Talk to you soon. Okay, we have been cleared to flight level 200. I'm going to slow us down a little bit here. And this part I'm not super sure on. Obviously, I'm not super sure on that either. But I'm going to go here, turn those on, valves are on, pumps are on, back to here. And we are at 59, so we're actually a little bit. I'm going to go indicated or vertical speed here now. Vertical speed. Out and down. Command A is on again. All throttles back on. Let's get this done.
Approach checklist, please. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Seatbelt
the captain
and
has
no
turned
smoking
on
sign.
the fasten seatbelt sign.
On.
As you may have
Handy eyes.
noticed, we are experiencing
Off.
some
Exterior lights.
Please return to your seat
Check.
and fasten
Outer
your
brake.
seatbelt. Thank you.
Increase the thrust here a little bit. We're being further cleared down to flight level, correction, 10,000 feet. Watching my thrust. Okay. Switch that over. Speed there. Okay, so if we want to be at APAC at 20,000 feet, we probably are not going to make that. So We're going to increase the descent rate a little bit more. I'm going to put a little bit of spoiler in. Come back to idle. I'm going to target 250 here now. Altitude select, there we go. That's what we want. Vertical speed. Auto brake, I'll go with minimum.
Radio INS switches.
Let's go medium. Just gonna back this off a little bit here now. As we are actually gonna make it. Looking pretty good. Increasing the thrust up here. Okay, 200 almost. What else can we do here? Altimeter 2993. This is the part I've never done before, ladies and gentlemen, so bear with me. I've never landed one of these things. So we're 200 miles out now. Let's just stop. Let's stop at 18,000 feet for now. So we'll speed up. We'll speed up to 300 knots. Check 1,000. Double check that, 18,000 feet. Okay, so we are getting DME on both sides here. Radio and INS switches, well, we're not really ready to do that yet. I'm gonna skip it.
Flight director computer selectors. Check. Brake pressure. Check. Spoilers. Hold on. Altimeters. 1013. Set and cross-check. Landing data, EPR, and airspeed bugs. Set and cross-check. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. This.
Fuel heat.
Off. EPR computer. This.
Really?
Go round. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
I don't know why you don't want to have go around thrust on at this moment, but we'll have it. So we are at 150 miles out. We've got the ATIS information Bravo. We have reviewed. Hello, Captain Crash. I'm giving it a whirl, man. But I have to tell you that the landing part scares the poop out of me. Never done it before, so yeah. We are passing APAC. We're down to 18,000 feet and shortly descending to 10,000 feet. I think I've got my speeds. I should probably write them down. Min cleans 238. Flap 1 is 218. Oh, see the ship down there? That's cool. Flap 5, 198. Flap 10, 178. Flap 20, 158. And flap 25, 148. Flap 30 is 143. And we got our bugs set. Just press that again, make sure we got everything set. Okay. Further cleared down to 15,000 feet. 15,000. Press the wrong button. There we go. Vertical speed 15,000. 1,500 feet a minute. I set this based on what I had for my information for landing weight. I set all of this in based on the ATIS and then entered everything and then put the numbers in. So I think that's right. Give it a whirl. Okay, coming level here, looks like 16,000 to level, check. Check. The only thing that I wasn't too super clear on was my mapping is horrible. There we go. I have all of my boost pumps on, and I have switched these to reserve. Looks like they're down to 0 now, so hopefully that's all I needed to do there. Wasn't super sure. Yeah. What about that? Do I need to fix that before I land? So 000 28.7. You're talking about the difference between 2 and 3? Between that amount? Okay. So we're talking like 1,500 pounds kind of thing? I got 11.5 here, 11.5 here. These are at 0, that's at 0. So these are the two I think you're talking about. So they're 1,500 pounds-ish, or 1,000 pounds out. Note have, oh, I see. Note how 2 and 3 have more fuel than tanks 1 and 4. Okay, I'm getting it now. So in other words, I'm not actually feeding, sorry, this is driving you crazy. 9, there we go. So these should all be the same, basically. If main 2 has more than one. Okay. So at this point, I'm at tanked engine. Am I going to be okay to land like this, or do you think I need to change it? I know it's not ideal, but am I going to be able to land like this? My fuel flows right now about 5,500 pounds ish, 5,500 pounds, 6,000 pounds. No, I don't think so. I think we'll have some remaining as what I have got figured out. Because I have 100. Let's give you one sec here. Basically, we have 100 miles to fly, and we're doing 380. So, in less than half an hour, CDU3, then press waypoint change to 0. Okay. Oh, I see. CDU number 3. Okay. Well, I was bad and didn't do a good job of monitoring CDU3, so I don't think I have the correct data in there. And rotate the data selector to distance and time. Okay. I have approximately half an hour of flying to go here. Maybe even less. I haven't landed in Hawaii in a while. I can't remember what altitude they'd have us at right now, but we'd probably be being cleared direct somewhere, and probably direct Maggie at this point, but I'm just following the arrival. Maggie's number 4. So if I want to go to 4, I'm going to go waypoint change 0 to 4. I believe that's how you do it. Or I'm about to get radically lost. Insert. Waypoint change 0 to 4. Insert. Maggie 2150 15679. Moving clear to 10,000 feet. That's selected. Feet, it's roughly 3 degrees. 10,000 to level. Go.
1,000 to level off.
Check. Check. Sure what lights I need on at the moment, but I'm gonna get these on for landing. I would imagine those need to be on. Inboards, no idea. I'm not sure what I need to do this for landing, but I'm going to set it to this, I think. 2993 looks good. Okay, I think that's good then. Altitude's going to be 5,000 feet. Remember to set that first of all. There we go. Feet. Miles. Start at 25 miles back. At 1,500 feet a minute. So we should be passing the right side of Oahu, passing Cocoa Head. Once we pass Cocoa Head, we're kind of going to be in that Diamond Head area, roughly. And so we should have some pretty spectacular views once we get there. As long as we don't flame out our engines, hopefully. Positive. I'm not going to flame them out. Okay. Cocoa Head is, okay, 25 miles to go, or 33 miles to go. I'm going to start down a little shallower. Okay, arm it. One click over. Too much clicking. This is still good. Feet a minute. Thank you. You missed it, but I praised you a whole bunch at the beginning of this, and now I have to do my best because the virtual FAA is watching. Literally. Okay, we're coming up very close to Oahu. Off the right hand side is going to be a naval air station, which I'm going to totally screw up the name of. Kanoe Bay, I believe. And yeah, exactly, for sure. Yeah. All I'm praying for is no dreaded 3-engine approach, or heaven forbid a 2-engine approach, because I flamed my engines out. But I'm just starting to get view of the land here. Hopefully you can see it as well. We'll jump outside here quick. There's the land coming up real close. We're just about... There's 7,500 feet roughly for 5,000 feet. Descending 5,000 feet. And the plan is I'll go to 5,000 feet and then I will kind of round the turn here in heading mode and then come down to 3,000 feet and expect further ascent to 2,000 feet and vectored off that. Are you in beta for shared flight? I don't really know what you mean by that, but I'm in X-Plane 12 beta, yes. You mean maybe there's some kind of module that you're talking about? I don't know. Check. Okay, cool. So just coming into view here, we can see Cocoa Head in front of us there. Check, that's 1,000. I'll take up a heading of 210 after kind of around the bend there. Hear the click, Alt Cell. I don't know why I decided to do a live stream today, but it just happened. I was just going to actually do a test. I ended up doing the whole thing here. Okay, cool. And then you can see the air station just over there. We're still a little bit high for it. Maybe we'll come out of the cloud here in a second. We'll have a look outside just for a minute. Just before we do that, I'm going to do this. There we go. Oh, 3 crew. Wow, cool. Okay, there is an epic view, ladies and gentlemen. How awesome does that look? Okay, we got the Naval Air Station over there. Actually, I think it's a Marine Corps Air Station over there. And, yeah, let's get this thing ready. We descend and maintain 3,000 feet. 3,000. Click that down. 1 click over. Down. Switch over to my other map here. ILS is Zulu. Not yet. Start. That would be awesome. Let's do it. Have another look outside. Wow, super awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in Hawaii. At least the airplane made it there. Now the captain has to land the plane. And yeah, we've never landed here before. So now the airplane looks like it's gone into roll mode. So let's get back into the airplane here and get in heading mode. I'm going to take up the course, change now to 240, 1,000 to level, check. I don't want to vector myself in too close, but we'll check in approach here. ILS is sort of 2,000 feet. Okay, we'll plan for, there we go, looking good. Making sure all these modes are correct, otherwise we're gonna have big problems. Let's look outside here. There we are. There's our airport that we're going to over there. Getting exciting. Is there? Okay, cool, thank you. Okay, next I'm going to set alt hold for that, and we're going to put 2,000 feet in for the next altitude for vectoring. Okay, I'm going to select too far over, there we go, vertical speed, down. Auto throttles are re-engaged, that's engaged. We are descending slowly. Check, 1,000. Okay, I'm gonna miss all of this stuff, so I know I wouldn't normally turn these on, but I'm going to. Here we go. Okay, flop 1.
Flaps 1.
Okay, we are in heading mode. Let's get this set. 110.5 over here. 110.5. And 042. You're going to be turning in very shortly here. We are at 2,000 feet. This is our minimum at Derby. You can vector me in here very, very soon.
Flaps 5.
Okay, we're just about at, just outside of CYEG-PHNL at 2,000 feet. And we're looking for a turn in here very, very, very soon.
Localizer alive. Flaps 10.
Okay, we are on the localizer, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just waiting for the glide slope here now. Again, missed approach, climb to 540 feet, then a climbing right turn to 3,000 feet on a heading 220 outbound on the Honolulu VOR 171. We're just about to cross Derby if you're following along on the ILS Zulu 4 right approach. Have a quick look at that if you want. That's where we are. We're just about at Derby. So we got, looks like we got a little bit of glide slope movement there. Okay, 1 dot above coming up. 1 dot above, gear down. Flaps 25 is next. 148.
Gears down, green light. Flaps 20.
Okay, I'm gonna give this a whirl. Don't know if it works. Nope. I can, oh yeah, you have to set 110.50 on both sides. I'm not gonna mess with it. Okay. Land. There we go.
Flaps 25.
and missed approach altitude set. I think I had a 25 landing. Check 1,000 continuing. Okay.
500 flaps 30.
Almost got it right up on that one.
Sink rate. Sink
Yeah, I
rate.
don't know what it's doing for
Sink
pitching
rate.
here. Little pitchy, don't like it coming off.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink
50,
rate.
40, 30, 20, 10. Check reverse.
Okay. Well, that's it. I guess I could at least get off the runway here, but
Auto brake off.
just checking where we're at for, okay, I could use kilo. Okay. Close that up.
Flaps up. Out, off, reverse. Check reverse.
Thanks very much. Okay, we're taking taxiway Kilo. We're cleared across the other runway. Yeah, it seriously is. Really pitchy on the last little bit there. Wasn't really sure what was going on with that. Didn't like it, so we turned everything off. So it wasn't I got flaps 30 in there just before 500 feet, but really the computer didn't like it, I would imagine. Okay. Thank you. Otherwise I'm skidding. I'm sure I'm like destroying everything. We should probably be doing this here too. I'm sure that there's after landing checklists. Next checklist, after landing. Here we go.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Awesome.
Check. Body gear steering. Arm. Auto brakes. Off. Ignition. Damn. Off. Engine and wing and the ice.
Off.
Off. Radar and transponder.
Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
Damn.
I don't know what they want for stabilizer trim, but in the green band. 7? Okay.
7 units.
Thank you.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Wait.
Hopefully I get this sorted out. I know it's very annoying. Okay, pressurization mode selector. Mode.
Manual. Aft cargo heat. This.
Ugh.
Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Our gates blocked FAA, just so you know. That's why we're doing the checklist right now.
Check reverse.
I have no idea what gate we're going to go to here. This one looks pretty open. Going too fast though. Can we go there? She's big. Yeah, we'll go there. Okay. 11 knots. Wow, okay. Check. That's not much.
Check reverse. Out, off, reverse. Check reverse.
It's a mapping issue, I think. Hey, you're very welcome, and thank you very, very much. Yeah, slightly upgraded there. I did horrible fuel management. The FAA is duly noted. Mr. Captain Crash is the FAA check ride guy. And he's got a pretty thick book there now. $747,200. Thank you, Captain Crash. Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are in Honolulu after 3,028 nautical miles from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. The passengers are super excited because it was minus 18 on departure out of Edmonton. And we're going to get this aircraft shut down. Thanks very much, everybody who's joined me here today. I greatly appreciate it. It was an unexpected flight here to Honolulu. I would definitely like to be here in real life for sure. Again, it's minus 18 degrees where I am right now. And yeah, Air Canada, thank you very much. And most importantly, thank you very much to Captain Crash and Subsonic Flight, who joined me all the way from Europe. Greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. I very much enjoyed everybody. This is Foxtrot Alpha Aviation in the Boeing 747-200 by Felis. Have a wonderful day. Take care. And see you soon.
Parking brake set. Check reverse. Out, off, reverse.
Ooh, some pretty bad after landing checks here. More notes.
All right, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes. Parked. Beacon lights. Off. INS. Hold on. Align. Probe and window heat. Off.
Back valve. Check. Fuel boost pumps. This.
Yeah. Sorry, dudes. There we go.
Off. Reserve tank valves. Wait. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Let's see. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Off. Radar. Off.
INS. Wait.
Yes, I noticed that. Do you know what he wants for the INS? Off, probably.
Off. Radio switches. This. Off.
Checklist completed.
Cool. Well, that's it. Thank you very much. We are all done the checklist, and I guess the one thing, it's probably not going to show up anymore, but with the fuel, no, they're still there. So we've got 25,000 pounds in number 2 and number 3, and we've got number 1 and number 4 at 8,000 pounds. So that's probably not ideal. Definitely want to work on that situation for future flights. But yeah, that's all I got. We'll have one more look outside at this beautiful airplane in Honolulu. Take care, everyone. Rob Hammer out.